Hello, and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I am your host, Jacob Johnson. Hello. Howdy. Hope you're all doing well. Hopefully I'm streaming to the correct thing again this time. You might notice it's a bit of a different angle. Not much of a different setup. I did install a plant for your viewing pleasure. No, actually, what ended up happening is we've been kind of like moving some furniture out of the office because we're kind of like changing that situation. And so an art monitor that I had at my office desk was basically being completely unused, and it has a higher color range than my base monitor at home. So I figured, hey, you know what? I'll bring it home. I always have way too many tabs and windows open, so you know what? This will help solve, being able to like see work chat and keep track of my tasks and watch like 3 different YouTube science videos and do art all at the same time, because that's just how I operate. And so I have 3 monitors now, so that's very different and getting used to that still. But I've actually moved my chat and camera up onto the fancy color monitor up here. So I'm going to be doing my kind of color checking up here and watching the chat. And I figured, you know what, instead of having a camera that's kind of pointing into the center of my living room, how about I have it point at the litter box and cat tree? And be able to see my MouseHunt shirt, I suppose. But yeah, I'm trying something out. Yeah, the mutated Venus flytrap, mousetrap, I mean, has invaded my home. But yeah, so it ended up kind of like being in the shot, and I was like, I kind of like that, so I'll keep it. What is the green thing? Nature. Never heard of her. Never met her. All right. So what is up today? That's a good question. I would love to be able to answer that with any confidence, but as you're probably aware, the Floating Islands expansion Sky Palace is basically all wrapped up art-wise. It's in kind of final rungs of testing, so there's not really anything for me to work on with that with you. And as well, Ronza is kind of in the canon as we speak. Got the Chrome dropping right now, so nothing that is immediate pipeline that I can work on for stream at least. So I figured I should probably tackle something that I've been meaning to for, probably the entirety of me streaming, and that is actually having some kind of overlay. So, graphic design is my passion. That is a bold-faced lie. I just I struggle with graphic design and avoid it whenever I can. So I haven't really, in all the years of streaming, put in as much effort as I really should in terms of presentation and just kind of quality. And it's a disservice to you all, so I figure, you know what? Why not do the Warpath Journal theme finally? No, I mean, maybe. But I would actually like to try and kind of like make the stream look a little prettier for me. I know Dave kind of like puts in effort to like add the kind of like screenshots and kind of like little cute images to just kind of spice it up as he's talking about things. And I figure I could have some kind of like frame to put my beautiful face thing. So yeah, that's the plan. You can kind of see me in the proto version of it. Not totally certain that this will be kind of like the final shape of it. Hopefully we can figure that out together. But I was thinking that maybe you could help me decorate it, I guess. I don't know what it's going to look like. And again, I'm terrible at this stuff. But I figure we're going to try and make it look nice. But yeah. What if the overlay was the Fiery Warpath theme? I mean, that could be pretty cool. It's a neat looking area. So, I mean, if we want to have that be the overlay, let's try that. I think that actually it's not a bad idea to like incorporate the journal theme into this concept. Like, what if I don't have the plugins for it right now, but you know how if you watch streamers, sometimes there's like the chat box, you know, in the video itself. If I integrated that for our stream, you know, I could have like Hunter's Journal kind of at the top and bottom, and then change that out when we want. That could be kind of cool. The actual chat is y'all in the chat journal or something. Hunter's chat, and then you know, like another way is, you know, kind of like the top of this, the bottom of this, kind of similar idea. Also, easier viewing of the pets. He just came back from outside, so he's thirsty. So let him drink water before I summon him over. We say hello. What's up with the new background? It's been so many years since I've changed my camera angle. I figure it was time. Wash, wash, come here, come say hi. Yeah, good boy. It's a much better view because they can see Wash now. It is extremely important. That's true. All right. New version of MouseHunt UI. I mean, one day, hopefully. They're every day, maybe, frequently. There is kind of like, wouldn't it be good if we like modify these things about how old and bad the original kind of portion of the game is, or the interfaces? And a lot of the answer to kind of being able to actually do that stuff is, yeah, in 4.0. So, you know, we're pushing our way towards being able to do that. And yeah, part of it would actually be trying to make the interface nicer, without probably dramatic changes, you know, because change is difficult, but anytime we do it, it should be in the kind of, you know, lens of improving the experience in a worthy kind of like amount, so that, you know, the pain of change is worth it. But yeah. Jacob is drawing a trap skin for himself. I like it. Yeah, I was thinking like we could do like some kind of like frame around the camera. That could be neat. Daddy cool mouse. Yeah, all right. Let's just do. Someone's gonna grab a screenshot of this, and we'll regret it forever. All right. Wow. New mouse confirmed. Give it like. I mean, it's weird with it being like pure white. A little more. My teeth are more yellow. What a cool guy. Alright. So, for real though, yeah, I'm thinking we could kind of like try to just make a nice looking frame. Why not? So what could we do? I like the idea of using kind of the journal theme. What device do I draw with? I use a Huon. What size is it? It's like the 22-inch maybe, Gen 2 pencil or stylus. Basically, it's a quarter of the price of the industry standard Cintiq. I used to use Cintiq. It's basically just as good, but a quarter of the price, so I highly recommend it. And I actually have a lot of art friends that have been getting them. There's all kinds of different kind of Huon products now. They're all pretty like reasonably priced for what they do. Just make sure that when you do get one, it's kind of like the newer generation stylus. The older ones aren't as good quality, and they required like physical batteries you'd have to replace. The newer models have just kind of like it's all built in. You don't need to worry about that. But definitely worth getting if you do digital artwork, especially professionally. It's nice to have a tool that really makes your life easier, and this is one of those things. Yeah, the model that I have is kind of like no hotkeys on it, but it's big enough that it requires desk space and kind of just sitting on the desk, whereas I know other people have kind of like lighter models that they can just like have on their lap. And I think one of the newest models is kind of like nice sized, super bright, nice color range, really kind of like high fidelity. So yeah, longest game I've played, yeah, 12 years. That's definitely a significant run. You know, most games don't have that capacity. It's not possible. I know that I kind of like return to a few games every once in a while, and I kind of like dabble and then dip out for years at a time. But yeah, I mean, MouseHunt, you can just kind of like always be playing. Whenever you think about it, it's there and ready to take an action. And that's kind of like the beauty of it, I think. The slow play, massive passive RPG. All right. Oh, it will keep going. That is the plan. Let's see. Why are some items not displayed with the new and improved resolution? It's possible that the items that aren't displayed with that new resolution actually just don't have those versions uploaded. It's actually only been, let's see, maybe only the past year and some that we've been uploading the higher res assets, and I'm not sure how the kind of like back end works for managing those files and how it pulls those versions. So it's possible there might be high res ones that exist that aren't linked up properly yet, or those versions were never actually uploaded. Like I have hundreds of images that were created years ago that are just kind of like the low res kind of, you know, like these were exported to be at a specific size on the browser, and that is how they were made. I didn't kind of like future plan and expect like, yes, devices will have higher resolutions that people will want to be able to view these at a nicer quality. A lot of them are also drawn at size. I mean, not a lot. I actually broke that technique pretty early on because it does not produce very nice artwork in the end. But yeah, I just never did a lot of exporting of the full resolution of stuff because it wasn't being used. But just for posterity's sake, the team has been uploading the full res version of things, just because, you know, it would be silly not to, let's say, you know, something happened to, you know, our files, and for whatever reason our backups online also disappeared. At least the kind of like repository that has kind of like the full res flat PNG version of it. PNG is lossless file type. The only difference is, you know, like if it was that full res version versus the actual kind of like Photoshop or Clip Studio file, those have layers, and so you can do more editing with it. But honestly, we're pretty good at just kind of taking the flat image and modifying it if we needed to. But yeah, I think also like file size and stuff like that was kind of like a big deal way back. Like if you look at mouse thumbnails and a lot of the items in the shop, those were actually exported as GIF or GIF for some people, GIF file type, because I could actually modify the specific number of colors that were like in that file itself. So it was like a ridiculous level of control that was not necessary, but I used anyways. So yeah. But yeah, I think less issue about file size. I know mobile, we still need to kind of like maintain a certain size because there's kind of like the shops or the kind of like application shop store or whatever. They kind of like have limits on that, and then you need to like download on your phone the updates and stuff like that. And so we want to kind of minimize any of that because that can cause friction, and you know we don't want to use up people's data if we don't have to. So stuff like that. But yeah, all for higher res images, and yeah, should be more of that coming through. Ooh, thank you, Michelle. Got the Larry link off the bat. Very nice. All right, so I should probably, you know, we're not a half hour in. I'm used to like actually making it to a half hour without even opening Photoshop sometimes. So good. Yeah. So let's see, what should we try to do with this? I feel like let's do a sketch on top that we can kind of just muck around in. So we could do like, whoa, foobuff, art. I don't know how to spell art edition. Like we could do something dumb like that, and just like cool, like look at this beauty. You know, and we're done. But yeah. So I don't know. What do we want to try? Basically, I did want to try and like keep some of the kind of like interface in here. Like I feel like being able to kind of like see the layers is something that I think is okay to do. Like I like that. And then like being able to see what tools I'm kind of using, and of course the color picker is nice. So, you know, I'm getting familiar with this format. It's kind of weird. It's like picture in a picture. I should have like, I actually had it where it was, let's see, showing, oh, I already deleted it. Never mind. I had it where it was like showing just a recursive image. I should have kept that, but it'd be honestly pretty annoying to look at. So I figured I would spare you from that. But yeah, as you can see, I'm kind of looking at the same thing effectively. Almost the same colors too. But what's with the meta stuff? Meta stuff. There are a few things that means to me, so I'm not quite sure what. Like, is it the my face with my face and looking at the same? Yeah, okay, that's probably what the meta stuff is. So basically the plan today is we're like, you can see that currently I am inside of this here, you know, gray frame, and what I want to do is make it artistic and pretty, and that's this file. And when I'm done with that, I can just slap it over top of myself, and suddenly I'll look nice in here and slightly more professional, maybe. Welcome. If you're new to these streams, this is pretty normal. So what we could do is like do like some kind of frame around the face, you know. Let's see. Just kind of like, I want to like give it that MouseHunt aesthetic, you know. So like metal, kind of like banding around things, maybe like round the edges a bit. I mean, like, that's also another way to do this, and that's kind of like one of the considerations I have is, well, we could, like, just literally slap cool looking mice all over this thing and just kind of turn it into a cool backdrop. I think that that's pretty valid. So, I don't know, like, let's try that, actually. If I make a new layer here, and let's see what is going to happen if I import image. Okay, cool. That opened on a safer... What? Apparently you can't hold down... Okay, maybe that didn't go all weird for you, but all my windows just vanished. I'm going to pull them all back up. Alright, there we go. Chat's back. Okay. Good. So, where did that window go? Anyways, what I was trying to do... I'm also getting used to the 3 monitors because the way that I have to move my cursor to get around them is different than I'm used to. Like, if I move it fast enough, I can, like, skip to the... I have my, like, tablet down here, and I have the art monitor here, and then I have kind of like my work chat and YouTube videos over here. And I can, like, move from art monitor to that monitor easily, and that monitor to the art tablet easily. Like, the cursor just kind of, like, gently goes over, but then to go from art monitor to, tablet to art monitor, there's, like, this kind of, like, barrier, this, I don't know, where it kind of, like, stops the cursor unless I'm moving the cursor fast enough, and then it actually skips into it. So it kind of lets me, like, use my, you know, oh, you can't see it because it's all blocked right now, but all, like, the file window, select, like, the tabs at the top of an application. When I go to select those, it keeps my cursor in the window, and I'm not accidentally clicking in a different monitor. So it's kind of funny because I have to, like slam the cursor to break through that barrier. So if I'm, like, dragging a window around, I have to, like, forcefully pull it through, or go from this monitor to that monitor down to this monitor. So I'm just getting used to that. I like how I set it up. That's how I want it to be, but I'm just kind of getting more comfortable and familiar with it is all. All right, so I want to find cool mice that I can import into this image. Make me look cool. Or make me look lame in comparison. What would be a cool image? Like character or backdrop or something like that, that we can just slap on this just to start. I want to get something looking neat. All right, I mean, yeah, got the Paragon of Lawless guarantees a spot, yeah. I mean, one of my favorites, so you're right. The fake hit grab, it's a real poster, it's real. It's just in a liminal space right now because we can't be in the office with it. So it's real, I swear. It's my really big canvas poster from Canada. You'll meet them one day. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to try to import an image again. See if I don't accidentally make all my windows go away, though. Let's see. Whoop. Misclicked. All right. And mice. Oh, that'd be a cool mouse, but you haven't met them yet, so I can't use that. Okay, once the area is out for a bit, I'm gonna try. I know what one I want to use. See, the cool thing about this is I can, like, swap it once I kind of build the design around it and the format for it. So that'll be neat. Okay. I really got to decide on the file structure that I want to use. I've been trying to use a new one, which is more like everything within a release is in one kind of like folder, and that's broken into kind of like mice and traps and interface stuff. And I thought that would be better, but I actually think that's not for the way that I work, because let's say I'm working on interface stuff and I need to kind of like look at previous versions of an interface instead of like trying to remember what the most kind of recent release that would be relevant to the interface I'm looking for. Like I would have to remember what one it is, know that folder, go into that, go into the HUD stuff for that, and kind of like dig through it that way. Whereas before I had it set up where it's like all the interface stuff is in one spot, all the mice are in one spot, and then they have their own kind of like folder for their release. So all the mice are together, and then they're in their own categories within that. So yeah, I thought that this new version would be better, but I actually think it's worse. It's harder to kind of like get to stuff that could be relevant, because I have to like figure out what release that was a part of and then go into its folder structure to find the stuff and then pull it together. Let's see. This one's probably a good... Oh, this is the transparent version. You know, it's actually a little confusing, like seeing this frame inside this frame, and like if I'm moving my mouse down here, I can see it up here inside the same view. It's funky. It's weird. All right, let's see. Okay, so I don't want it on that layer. I want it here. Moving this. There we go. There we go. Okay. I think I do want it with the background though. But yeah, like what I could do is kind of like create a scene around it, and then kind of maybe vignette it towards the canvas so that it kind of like doesn't distract too much from it. But just something to kind of like spice it up, make it interesting. So let's see, I'm going to try importing something else. Let's see. I think this one should be the full backdrop version of it. There we go. And slant again. Stop it. I don't want to move this. All right, I'm going to lock this. I shouldn't have to change anything about this layer. This is like static. Okay, this is the layer I want to move. If it'll let me. There we go. So, I could like maybe shrink this down. I do like the kind of the way it kind of blends into higher contrast down here. It's a little bit kind of like muddled detail, so I feel like that's probably going to be good. So let's stick with that. Let's see. Do something with the frame. I definitely want to like pop out the camera with a frame, and then maybe have a little bit of the frame going over top the camera. And actually, like looking at the leaves, it's like this might not be a consistent thing. You know, I might move this, or it'll grow into different positions. But it's kind of neat with something like that over top the camera. So it's like I could illustrate some leaves going over top if I wanted, right? Yeah, I mean, basically just throwing my greatest hits up is a cool way to kind of create this. I think I might actually have this character's backdrop without the character. Ooh, wait, hang on. Let's see. I don't know if this will look good, but I do have basically the image I made for Feedback Friday kind of splash screen itself. kind of like, this might actually be just a good base to slap things on top of. So let's see, page asset, no text. Okay, so this might be, give me my cursor, there we go. Now obviously the layout of this is actually not set up for, you know, a cool frame, because all the interesting stuff is where the canvas is exposed, right? But this might just kind of like make for a decent backdrop. Let's see, we could flip it. Let's do that. Nice sand and like halberd right in my chin. Beauty. Okay, so not quite, but you know, like we could mess around. Try moving it a bit. And I don't know, maybe I should kind of pull back on this as well. Because it's like, I'm trying to like give a lot of like nice viewing space, but like, I don't know if we need to see all of this. Like maybe it'd be okay to like pull it in a bit. Like I think that the layers is pretty important to see. I don't do a lot of layer naming, so we don't need to see too far over. But at the same time, being able to see like the opacity might be nice, and you know it's already being cut off there. But that's like, I don't know, do you need to see all this? Maybe I need to move the layers so that it's like over here, and then the colors or stuff that's not like this. I don't actually look at basically ever. Sometimes I'll select stuff from this, but very rarely. This is kind of set up to replace that. This is all my favorites, the hot hits. So I grab stuff from here. So it makes sense that this is here. The color stuff is very useful. I use that. This is a bit short to do layers, though. So what I could maybe do is maybe make this like one column and like move it over here so that this could be pulled in so you can still see basically all of it. Move this one over because I don't really even need this so much. And then layers over here and color up here or something. It's funny because I'm like looking at the zoomed in version, but I'm like actually talking about this over here. So we could just try these things. Okay, so what does this look like if I'm gonna save the workspace. I guess register workspace. In case I like regret changing all this, I can switch back. Yes, override. Okay. So, how do I do this? Quick access settings? No. I think there's a way to change the view. Subtool settings. That's the direct subtool. Okay, here we go. How to display, not a pop-up. List one column. Okay, so they're all left aligned. That does work. So if this moved over and like layers replaced it. So I'll move that to where the layers was. I feel like I might hate this, but I'm gonna try it. And then layers goes back down here. Pull it up. So this is nice and visible at least. You can still see that doesn't need to be that tall. information doesn't need to be that tall. Tool property is useful. I use that. I put in information above. Subview. Oh. Okay, you're supposed to go with it. Not that I even know what any of these are. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Quick access is like pretty darn useful, so I want it to be better. I don't think that's good enough. I think I liked it being over here, and I like the color being here. But I think the layers palette might get too squished if I try and put too much of that together. Yeah. Alright, hang on. Hello? Is that not how I reload it? Reload Jacob? Hopefully that... Okay, cool. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna mess everything up. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't know. Maybe it's fine if some of this gets cut off. I just find this a much more useful format for me. Like, tool can move, I don't need this here. But like, I need at least this much height for layers. Generally, I end up scrolling still, so more height would be even better. And like, when layers are in folders, that kind of like bumps them over further and further, so like, they could disappear more and more. But at the same time, I don't think we need all that like extra kind of gap on the right. So I'm probably just trying to fiddle with an asset, like an element that isn't as useful. Like, we could extend the height of the bottom of this first, and that might be better anyways. So like, this little block down here is actually a repeat of this up here. What's kind of cool is in Clip Studio you can actually have multiple views of the layers. So what I do is, because I don't have kind of like a hotkey that can just switch to a grayscale preview very easily, I just usually have a layer at the top, and I actually made an action to just generate this thing. So the generate grayscale layer here button, that created a layer, if you look on the right where my cursor is, a hue and saturation layer that basically attempts to strip all color out of the current image without messing with the value. So it's not perfect, but it's a solution to just be able to check my kind of like tonal range, make sure the contrast is good for that. And so with the ability to view two versions of the layer panel, I have the bottom here always set to just show the very topmost layer, and because of the way I set up this action, it always puts it all the way at the top. Even if I'm like scrolling around in my main kind of layer view, I always have kind of quick access to that down here. So, handy little trick. Because being able to preview stuff in grayscale is extremely important, I find. So, that's that. But basically, I could cut that off, have a little more kind of like just real estate to, I don't know, make look neat, maybe. And actually, I know some streamers have like cute little things that kind of come out and break the frame and kind of like stick out in areas, and that's totally a good thing to be able to do. So even if I just kind of have this as some weird smudge of color without much detail or text or who knows what I would put there, could have like a cute little thing. just kind of making that interesting, the transition. I know that some people have like cute little animated things, and I want to mess around with that kind of stuff myself, so who knows, I could. Yes, this is a streamer overlay, because I am a professional streamer and have been for so many years, as you can tell from my very good camera angle, and, you know, ability to have cool intros and outros, and never any technical difficulties ever. Definitely a professional. Yeah, the frame within a frame. I'm sorry, it's probably really uncomfortable. I could just kind of like hide this, and that might make it a little more. Oops, don't hide that one. Like if I do this is probably a little more comfortable to look at. Bring back the face. But actually, just do that. There we go. So it's a little easier to make sense of what's going on right now. So we should probably keep this view. It's a bit distracting otherwise. Okay, so if I pull this down, is there kind of a cool shot that might be neat to use? Kind of. Ooh, I like the sky here, actually. That could be neat. So what if I pull this out to just fill this, and then lift it up so you get all the cool stuff there? Like the floating bits and clouds and lightning. Just kind of, I think that works. Just extend that over just a smidge. Yeah. All right. Not bad. Okay. We got this big old mole mouse picking his teeth. Perfect. Okay. So, do we want to pull in the side here? I think is a good question then. It's like, we could like bring it in, and so we still have part of the layer panel, but I feel like you lose too much of that, and it's kind of hard to fit anything too good in there anyways. Like, it might be more balanced, but at the same time, the stuff on the right is pretty heavy with all the like, contrast and just detail. Not that this is super important to look at. I mean, sorry, just getting some water. I think a lot of art streamers don't even show this stuff. Like, they just show just the art area, the canvas portion. So, I mean, let's take a look at what that could look like even. I don't know how much you would want to kind of see those interfaces, right? So, like, we could have a cool looking character there, and my face over here, and like maybe I would shift it over more so there's just kind of like more room. Well, I guess that would require, well, I could do that in OBS. Okay, I suppose that I should just ask you all this. Would you prefer to see the interface where you can see like the tools and the color swatch, or would you want to hide that? Because yeah, I don't know. I feel like an image over there could get kind of, especially if I'm like drawing from a SketchUp and there's like a cool looking image. It's like, is that going to be distracting? Is it going to be just, I don't know. Like to see the pro. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't want to hide that if people are interested in seeing the interfaces. And honestly, like when I watch stuff, I like to be able to see that stuff too. So I'm going to keep it where, you know, it's just a tiny trimmed frame. I could Actually, maybe if I balance it a little better at the edge, just kind of like pull things in a bit, I could just slightly adjust OBS to kind of like fit all that stuff within the box I give myself, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. This is me doing like graphic design stuff. I'm gonna be like overthinking every single element to the pixel, and make like no progress through it the entire day. So strap in or see you later. Because I don't know if this stream is going to be for everybody today. It gets a little hectic in my head. Okay, so yeah, what I'm thinking is I could try to balance this a little nicer, kind of shrink the window just a bit. I don't want to like lose too much by shrinking it though. Like, I think I'm just gonna not worry about it. Let's see if I try to find a cool slice over here. I don't think I can like squeeze in a character here. Oop, I duplicated it again. So like just the edge of the weapon sticking out. Oh, what if? Okay, what if? This is a weird idea, but I'm gonna go for it. Nope. What's going on? Oh, fill in, right. Derp. Like, I actually want to have elements of the illustration just poking in. So, you know what, why not have just a giant blade just sticking through? People are going to tune in and be like, what the heck? Why is that just in the frame all day long, covering over his interface? I don't know. What do we think? I suppose I'll need to bring that back. That's good. Overpaint, overpaint. Let's see. Like it's fun to be able to kind of like have stuff peeking into the frame. So I want to do this. Might punch up the lighting on it to kind of like make it sit correctly. First, I'm going to cut it out. Make sure it works. Okay. Like it's got some highlights and spots that might not make the most sense. Alright, so, oop. Nope. Fill it. I want to erase. No, I want to fill it. There we go. Still getting used to Clip Studio. Okay, so that doesn't look amazing, but it's kind of fun. Okay, and then what? Basically just this. There. I suppose we could have like a little bit of other stuff kind of peeking through and breaking up that edge. I think that the way that I've kind of done this overlap is probably the most inefficient way to do it. So if I want to tweak it, it's going to be really annoying. But like, the cool thing is I actually don't care about too much here. I mean, the tool property can be useful, but if I need to like show people stuff, I'll actually open its submenu. Like, I'll show you what that looks like. So, because I don't do this too much, I've done a lot of work to try and like convert all the tools how I need them. But this is the subtool menu, which is kind of like the same thing as this, the tool property over here. But like you can kind of like turn on and off different things that show up in this kind of like quick view of this full custom view. And basically what this subtool detail window does is it lets you fine tune, like really, really customize every single tool, which is incredibly powerful for what you can actually do. So it's one of the other reasons I really like Clip Studio a lot. You can do some really crazy customization on all of your tools, and that's pretty rad. Okay, so I do really like stuff peeking into the frame. I didn't think I would enjoy it that much, but now I want to do more of that. So I know that this down here I don't care for. You know, I don't mind covering. I had my brush selected, so I don't mind like covering. Hello? No, I didn't have it turned on. Like some stuff here because you get the exact same information for the color bars there, and then like these tools down here, I don't really select in a sense. Like if I do, it'll be versions of them up here for the most part. Like maybe the text tool or like, no, that's like a speech bubble thing. This is line correction for vectors that I don't tend to use. Gradients and stuff. I have my gradient thing there. And then anytime I do gradient kind of like specifics, I'll like grab my gradient. There is actually a menu back here that you won't be able to see anymore that has kind of like, not my favorites, but sub-tools, kind of like this, but like not the ones I've basically marked with like, these are the ones I need all the time. So I might grab a different gradient version from there, but then I tend to use the tool, sub-tool kind of like tweaking right there. So now I'm kind of like, what if there was like the journal theme here? Is that dumb? It's probably dumb. Because it's like, this isn't what people are really like looking at, and it's changing a lot. Like if anything, I want that like, you know, Hunter's chat thing. Like that's kind of cool. Or alternately, like just kind of framing this canvas with something like that, you know. But I think this kind of like open skyworks, it really feels like it is the backdrop, right? So it's not kind of like trying to overtake the image, and like this is, but it's fine because it's like separated by so many interfaces that like it won't interfere with whatever I'm working on at the time. I think that like something overtaking there is just kind of cute and actually will kind of help balance my face, right? So I kind of like this being like neutral but interesting, you know, like could have a cool character but like not too demanding. And then we could have something a little more kind of like demanding. Like I almost could picture like the Sugar Rush character, or maybe I change that out. And that's like a nice easy one to swap. Like What I could do is actually leave the overlay without something here, and then in OBS I actually just use a transparent image and I just kind of slap it on. Like, let me do that. Let me see how that looks. We're learning. We're experimenting. I am using Clip Studio EX. I recommend upgrading to Pro unless you're planning on doing like animations that run for longer than 2 seconds, right? Because that's really the only big difference is you get some comic book layout stuff that is kind of like really powerful tools if you're doing narrative stuff, and you get a fully open animation timeline. With Pro, you can basically, you know, animate up to 24 frames, and you can like do it on twos and stuff, so you have like 2 full seconds of animation, and for most things that's actually a decent amount. You can just kind of do shots that way. But I mean, like if you're just animating a cute little GIF or something like that, you only need like 10 maybe. But it was on sale for like a really good deal, and I wanted to invest in the tool and get good at it and learn animation stuff. So I got EX, but Pro is pretty good. And even just the trial, I think you can use pretty well. All right, let's see. I'm going to try adding an image. It will be character overlay. Make source visible. Okay. Now browse. Let's see what character might work well for this. I'm thinking. I had the idea for like the Sugar Rush character, if that's what they're called. Mice. Because I need to grab one that is kind of like able to be just sitting on top of that pretty effectively. I mean, honestly, most mice that exist will work in that spot, which is awesome because that means I can change it out pretty easily. So let's see. I just need to grab the correct PNG version of it. Ooh, okay, this one's actually cute. Yeah, I can just kind of like do this. Have a cute little character there, right? And so if it's not baked into the overlay itself, this is something that I could just swap out whenever I want. So that's kind of neat. Actually, I like that. That works pretty well. So I'm down with that. Yeah, and then I can just kind of go in here. Let's see. I'll actually change this now. Not very used to using too many fancy things in OBS. Let's see, do I double click you? Yes. Okay. And I hit browse, and now I can change that to be something else. Cool. Wow. I'm just gonna position it however I need it. There you go. Select this color. Sorry. Whee. I'm just having fun now. I just kind of chose whatever image showed up, and that one's pretty fun. Let's see, what else can we throw on there? Who else might be neat? Get the Baron. Just beautiful mouse, just kind of hanging out with me, you know? Wonderful. No, honestly, like, most mice will actually be able to just kind of pop in there. So, you know, I might just have to have a rolling cast that changes every time. Wow, not? That'd be fun. The temporal tailor. I actually don't know if these are the names of the characters. This is just like the names I call them. I actually like this character a lot. He turned out pretty cool. Very like video game anime kind of protagonist. And I did the like funky chromatic lighting to make it all weird and time splitter trippy. Alright. There we go. Yeah, and exactly, like swapping out the background for different holidays and stuff. Yeah. Let's try to do stuff like that. I think that's fun. Yeah, sorry it's not like an actual content art day. We are currently amping up into new release stuff that we're working on, getting that into the pipeline, but obviously it's a situation where we're kind of like pushing the current stuff out to live and kind of like getting that integrated. So, you know, it's not necessarily like we have stuff in the pipeline set up ready to go. We definitely have things that are like getting put in, but nothing that I have kind of art tasks slotted up to be able to kind of like do. So, you know, it's a good opportunity to work on stuff that needs to be worked on. Like updating the, there we go. It's working in the wrong window. Updating the look of the stream. So, yeah, what I could do is actually just kind of export this real quick. Probably should hide my face. So if I do this, we can try this out now. So export single layer, PNG, and save over what I had. And yes, give me my cursor. There we go. Okay, export. Ooh, look at that. Didn't even need to go and swap the file. Oh, that's going to be handy. Sweet. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Not bad. Alright. So, I'm thinking this portion down here is a little bit not good. I like this backdrop for the top detail here. It's okay. But, like, I imagine I'm actually viewing it at a different scale than you are. You actually, if you're full screen with me, will be seeing this at like its actual resolution, which probably does not look amazing, especially when you see like all these gnarly brush strokes. So I want to cover that up. Some of it's not bad. Got that weapon token over. It's pretty good. Okay, but I'll hide my face. I'll tone it down. It's just like a hint of my face. Cool. Okay. So what I could do is what? Oh, I had it hidden. Bring her around again. She's interesting. But I want to make sure that the canvas is kind of like the present thing. So having it overlap might
overlap with the canvas. It looks better.
All right.
Overlapping looks better.
Alex is telling me what for. All right,
It
you're
looks
right.
better.
You're right. You're right. It does. It's true.
It's fine for art stream.
Art streams. Why would I want to show off my art, Alex? Okay, that's actually fun. Just trying to like balance that a bit. Maybe I do the same thing where I have that be set in the overlay, and then I can change it out as well. So I just have a rotating cast that hang out on the overlay.
If you use Streamlabs, you can do an image slideshow and it can like be different.
That's a neat idea.
Yeah.
Alex had an idea to like make the overlay an actual slideshow, which you can do. I've done that for the art contest before. But basically, it just kind of like changes out who is showing, and I'm sure you can set like it to change periodically, not too frequently. Yeah, very long overdue, right? It's very true. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna use that as an example, but let's try again doing this in Streamlabs. And it's weird because we're like seeing the frame within a frame. This will be a lot less weird to look at when it's actually, I'm working on art that isn't the art that meta. All right, so let's see. There we go. I had to pull the cursor over. All right, so image overlay is the actual frame. Okay. And then character overlay. So I might rename this to be like bottom right. And then I'll add a new one. And then we could try setting it up as an image slideshow. Okay. Browse and oh, I could actually also use like Danonian map as a backdrop too. That's a potential we could try. Guns and hello. Okay. So rename this to be character overlay left. No, bottom left. Bottom left. And then slide you on over. And I don't want like, like big overlap, but just a little. It's kind of interesting. I got the toe dagger pointing back into the canvas. Cool. Well, draws a lot of attention, but you know what? It probably works. Yes, I'm using OBS. That is correct. Is this going to be a permanent thing? Yeah. The idea is that I'm going to try and, make myself look nice. Actually, I'm thinking just doing similar for the camera, where I use a hunter's journal there, because that actually format-wise would work pretty well, and it kind of like makes a nice frame. Yeah, she's got some arsenal going on. Yep. Exactly. Let's see. Cha 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 cha. Okay. So yeah, I might just kind of like make the bottom just a gradient that's easy to kind of like throw stuff on top of. Just kind of like remove that dark kind of contrasty bit there, and then I'm trying to think of the best way to do the Hunter journal overlay here. If I bake it in, it's harder to swap, but it might be easier to just position stuff and then like use linked files, although I don't know how to do that in Clip Studio yet. So yeah, I feel like a hunter's journal on the camera is a good idea. So let's try that. Let's import an image. Let's bring in, what would be a good one? We did do some for the Valor Rift recently. So let's see, is that where I think it is? Valor Rift? No, didn't full. Okay. I used my old file format for that. Interesting. Let's see. Journal theme. Valor Rift. Okay. So grab the top and oh yeah, I need to get the transparent version of that because it's got the like white backdrop baked in. So not that. Oh wait. Okay. Let's see. Maybe a different one already has the transparent version. It is a PNG though. I guess I just didn't export it with. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna fix this. I also have the calm clearing one, which I like a lot. So let's see if that one has a transparent version real quick first. Import image. Journal themes. Where are you? Where did it? Oh, Whisker Woods. Derp. Okay. Hey, there we go. All right. Yes, this should have the transparency stuff. Okay, so if I move you over here, okay, and then this cool crown I got. Import image. Open. Yeah, so I need to figure out how to like link files properly. Because it's something that I've been doing more of in Photoshop, and it's actually very useful. It's one of the only reasons I'm still kind of like using Photoshop for stuff. It's for doing layouts, it can be quite handy. Alright, and then last one for this. Import image. And we need the middle slice, which is just a weird 1 pixel thing. So what we're going to do is stretch it. But first we've got to squash it. Okay. Did that keep the left side all right? Yeah, that looks like it lines up good enough. Okay. So now, find the middle. There you are. Let's see if I can remember what the hotkey is. I think it's holding control. Yes. Okay. Oh no, it stretched the whole. Oh my goodness, this is massive. Okay. I thought that it was like scaling it, or not scaling it rather. Okay. What is the hotkey to like distort it? I guess free transform might do it. It's hard to grab now. To zoom in more. No, I don't want to delete it. Hello? Do you like this? Okay. Okay. Let's just see. Maybe I can just grab. Oh my god, it's so big. Keep aspect ratio. That would have been better to. Aha. Okay, so that's what it was. Very important that I get these kind of like green bands, you know? Critical stuff. Okay, that actually does line up good now. Phew. Alright. What happened? It stopped lining up. Bottom piece. You need to scale up a bit. Okay, top is going over, that's why. Okay, cool. Good. Good. And I'll move you down 1 pixel. Fantastic. That actually is working. Cool. Okay. That looks good. Nice. Alright, so now I'm going to group this and I'm going to move it down and then apply the clipping layer. And that does cut the camera section out. And oop, I need to lock it. Set that to normal and move it. Perfect. I mean, I don't know if this actually works so well, but what we can do now is test that. So let's hide my beautiful face in the backdrop. And let's also save this. And then do an export, and that should update the frame that we're using. Yay! Yeah, so it's not used in game, so we might as well use it here, right? We'll get there. We're still like, well, right now we're actually doing some good kind of like digging into early game experience, and like we know there's a ton of things that we want to do with it, but we're like actually putting in kind of like resources to kind of like focus a bit on it. Boom, there we go. All right, so I think that what I want is this to kind of actually overlap, much like how the character is, because it feels a little awkward with it lining up so perfectly there. So what I'm going to do is in here, I'm going to grab all that. By all that, I mean all that. And actually, I'll move this first. You know what? this clipping mask should be on the full folder, I think. And then my face and such, all this should be behind that folder. Okay. Yeah. All right. This will just emulate what's going on. The frame better. There we go. Okay. All right. Now this here. I'll hide that for now. Nope. I need that. All right. Oh. No, this needs to be on top. I'll just move this first. So I'm gonna have it kind of like come out maybe like that. And then drop it back in. Not clipping to that anymore. Okay. And I just need to move this selection here. I know this probably doesn't make any sense right now. So just bear with me. Let's see. That's doing this right. Should be. How do I remove that? It should. Okay, you know what? I'm moving this clipping mask back down. Okay. A little easier to see what's happening. How did I move that? Oh, right. Oh, that's a thing that I forgot. In Clip Studio, you can actually grab multiple layers and actually move them. So I was actually grabbing the backdrop and moving all of it instead of just this clipping mask, I think. I think that's what happened. Weird. I used to be able to do that. Okay, so what I want to do is clip this out. Right? And then bring this back. I can just use white. That brought that back. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Now, for the actual camera overlay, it needs its own clipping mask. So this one's the one that is going to match up with the camera how I need it to, and the one previously can be a bit looser as long as it's covered by the frame. So, and this is what I was talking about when I get like super pixel specific with things. Shift to add. There we go. There we go. Okay. It can be a bit much. And invert this first. And now turn that into a clipping mask. Boom! There we go. That's what I needed. And now there's just a sliver of this that's still is showing through. Oh, that character is pretty cool too. Maybe I can shove them up here instead. Put it behind. Alright, so yeah, just over cutting that. There we go. Okay, so I have fixed it. It may still look like weird, but that is good. So now if that goes over there, that will work. I'm pretty sure that that's not going to be an issue with the way I have the camera actually set up. That's just the image I grabbed to fill in for the camera. I'm not sure the Hunter's Journal looks great, but we'll see. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's export as a PNG and give it a save. Yes, I want to replace, and okay, and okay, and hello. All right, so you can see that I shifted it in OBS, and now I actually go into OBS and my, there we go, cursor, move my webcam over, unlock that, and just bump it over. Maybe bump it down a bit. Cool. I think that's okay. Lock that again. Oh no, I'm sticking out. Couldn't see that before. Is that better? It's not perfect. Also, should we change it from Hunter's Journal to like something else? Down just a bit. Yes, something extremely serious. Very, very serious. Alright, cool. I think it's good enough for now. We can always update this and improve it. And I'm wondering, like, should we do something with this kind of like top area here? Like, put the feedback Friday. I think that might be cool to like put something here and that kind of overlaps or something. I was thinking that it might look neat to have like big old cool flying mouse here. I might do that. I like kind of the detail shot here, so if I like put a title card here, that might cover that up. And it's like light enough that it's not an issue, I don't think. Let's see. I'm going to just blend this out so it's not distracting. Cool. Alright, and then the bottom, I think I'll just try a gradient right now. So let's grab a fairly neutral color that, you know, when I like have the overlaid characters, that just should work. And I'll just fill it with this color so it's a little bit smoother there. It's kind of crunchy there, but this character covers that. It's not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. I was looking to see if anyone was in the cat tree, because I changed the angle for that. Yeah, the journal's not in game yet, sadly. I think the reasoning really is that we want to do a rework of the comp clearing, because it doesn't have gameplay. So That's the plan, and when that comes, then that's when we're probably going to just stick that in as a reward for doing that adventure or something. But, I mean, I suppose if it's still a ways off, we should probably try and add it. This also makes me wonder if when I'm in... I can get there. There we go. Just had to move my cursor to the correct monitor. When I'm in this view, I could totally do the same thing with the Hunter's Journal. Like, I don't think that seeing all this resolution at its very poor pixel quality, in fact, is the most good. This beautiful forehead. So kind of framing that just to kind of like, I don't know, make it look fun. It's a nice option. So I might use a different journal theme for that. Let's do that. Let's actually use the Valor Rift one for that, actually. So, let's see. I will do a new view for this. And cursor. There we go. Okay. So let's try that. Because I'm decently happy with where this is at currently. I'm going to export this one last time right now, so that we get to see it in its full glory. So export single layer PNG. Save. Yes. Save. Yes. And gradient at the bottom. There we go. So it just kind of like finished it off, I guess. I don't know. It actually kind of might not work as well. The shelving that happened before was maybe useful. So we can come back to that. We'll come back to that. Okay. But right now, what I'm going to do is create a new file. Use the same dimensions. And this one, let's see if I import. If it's going to be big enough or not. Probably not. Let's see. If I import the PSD. Okay, so we have the dimensions here. I'm not too worried about scaling it up. It's not going to look amazing, but also I am going to have to like go widescreen camera-wise to make this work. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I want to try it. Or maybe I should just open this in Photoshop. Okay. Yeah. I'll do that. I'm going to do this in Photoshop, I think. Journal themes. Valor. Okay. You can see just how old a version of Photoshop I've gone back to for stability, because apparently newer versions do not like my computer. Okay, so you can see what we can see with the Photoshop layout. All right, so there we go. I had to fight the barrier, the cursor barrier between screens. Oh, full screen. There we go. So what I want to do is increase the image size. There we go. Pixels. 20. Okay. It's going to look crunchy and bad. And then I'm going to increase the canvas size. Height by 1080. Okay, so now I grab, it's probably going to be easier to just flatten this, to be honest. Ooh, but we can change out the text at least. So that's cool. Okay. Alright, so if I merge that, grab this, pull it down. Select, grab this, and stretch. Oh, that's weird. Why is it grabbing any of that? Shouldn't. Oh, I know what's happening. Right, okay. That's fine. We'll merge these together as well. Now, if I do this, it'll be fine. Yeah. Okay. So it's kind of weird because we have this. Oh, how did you end up there? Interesting. Let's fix that. Okay. Did not mean to take part of the eclipse with me. Much better. All right, this will work. Okay, now pull this down. There we go. Okay, cool. There is a weird artifact happening. And then we can be transparent if we wanted to like darken the backdrop or something like that to fit this. Now this is going to be very thin camera shot, so I don't know if we like this or not, but today's art edition is Jacob attempts to make overlays for the stream without really kind of knowing how to do good stuff with it. Okay, so now invert, create clipping mask. And now we have a cutout for this. So I'm thinking if I can't like modify the camera very easily, I'll leave a background color. I could do probably not that. Probably not that. Maybe a little lighter. That's not terrible. Okay, so if I use this and do not save over the current file, that would be very, very bad. Let's go to MouseHunt, Back Friday stream, overlays. Camera view. There we go. All right, save that and export that. Oh yeah, it's got all the funky slices. I can move this here. So I need to get rid of those in this file. Slice select. We don't actually want to slice this up. There we go. All right, now if I export this as a transparent PNG. All right. Feedback Friday stream, overlays, camera view, save. Okay, this is gonna look funky. All right, so let's switch to my face, and then let's add an image. I have no idea how this is going to look. It's probably going to look terrible. Now, already the camera does kind of cut off the sides, so I don't think I want to go so wide with it anyways, which is good, because that way I can just make it taller instead of a weird squashed thing. And I can just kind of like do cool characters on the sides or something like that. So I think I'm going to want to do that. Where are you? MouseHunt, Feedback Friday stream, overlays, camera view, and the PNG version. There we go. Hello? Help me! Hello in there! Hey! Hey! So yeah, I think this is not a good shot. So yeah, let's change this. But it's good to be able to kind of like experiment and see what it is doing. So I want to probably take it in by like half even. Because I feel like I don't want to like have everything shown. I just need to show my face, right? So let's go back to this view. Let's take this in, and we can use a little bit of the golden ratio. So let's get a ruler going. Set you to %. And let's see, probably start anywhere. Probably, actually, if we're emulating the journal, I almost want it to be more vertical. But that might be weird for the camera. Okay. Let's do maybe like, well, actually, let's do it at a third of this. So a square. Like so. And actually, I'm going to do that to 62%. 61.8. That's close. Good enough. Okay. That's the scale that I want. It should be centered already. So this is good. This goes behind. Cool. Okay. So now I grab this, that, and bring those up to the top. And then grab this portion of it, bring it to the bottom. Good enough. And then I just stretch this. Cool. Okay, so now we have the actual frame that I want. So I'm going to get rid of that clipping mask, because that's not anything anymore. Now this should be the camera pane that I use. So I need to be like more conscious about centering this for you, because like right here it's centered for me, but that cuts off the left side because I'm not used to having this. So try to be more aware that that's a thing. And it's interesting because the Photoshop layout, I don't kind of need this space, but like it's more exposed than in Clip Studio, because Clip Studio's interface comes way out here. So it's kind of interesting. I do like this weapon just poking in though. That's fun. Okay. So I don't think that was clean enough. That's good enough. Okay, so now this needs to change. There we go. Okay, so now if I use this one, my face is going to be smaller, right? Replace, yes, and let's go back to the face view now. Ooh, okay. So that's slightly better. All right, webcam, unlock, and move it down a bit, because this is the good morning kind of view. So what do we think? I think we can kind of like detail behind it, make it fun. But I don't know, it's kind of neat having the journal theme. We just mess around with it. It's a lot of empty space currently, but oh, you know what? I have an idea as well, because I need like a you know, the like BRB on short break, or like technical difficulties, like just a screen that just kind of wipes out everything. And so what I'm thinking is we have that cool poster that you guys don't get to see, and that we don't get to see, because it's just in bubble wrap in the office. So let's see if I have that. I should have that somewhere. Because that'd be a cool, just kind of like splash screen, right? Let's see, where would you be? It's not like an element that we worked on, or like we didn't create a lot of these physical posters, right? So there's not like some folder structure that's really designed for that right now. Okay, we're coming up at 1 o'clock. So I'm wondering, like, are you enjoying this? Should we keep going after lunch and just keep messing around with these? My halo. Yeah, Jacob instead of Hunter's Journal. Yeah, I'll change that to be like Feedback Friday Art Edition or something. Oh no. Can I text this? Is this textable? It's not text anymore. Okay, well. Feedback Friday edition. Pow. 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 And centered, yes. Pow. Boom. Bring that in a little still. This, or should we like make it? Oh, wrong view. I'm sorry. There we go. I was like, what do you think? Do you like this? Just change the text up here. Silly me. You saw that. Oh yeah, the reference. Really just came for the cats. Yeah, fair enough. Where are the cats? I have one sleeping on a gym bag. And then... oh, another one behind the monitor. I'll see if I can get her. Come here. I'm going to try and not knock my camera down. It's a thing that does happen when I mess around with... Come here. I need to extract the cat. It's harder to get at her because the monitor is like blocking it. Come here. Come here. No, no. She's just like, no, but my sunbeam. Okay, I'm gonna have to get at her. 1 second. Come here, girl. There we go. Here we go. This is Pika. She was enjoying the sunbeam. I'm sorry. I've changed the camera. Oh no, she's gonna run. No. Okay, well I'll let her get back to the sunbeam. Mouthful of fur there. Okay, sorry about that. Alright. So, change the text. We could do the Feedback Friday Art Edition. Could also be just FBF Art Edition. Do like Jacob Johnson. I don't like that. Alright. I'm gonna go with Feedback Friday Art Edition. Why not? Alright, so export that again. Save. Yes. 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 And let's go back to face. Hey, there we go. I do like that it just pulls the current image file, so easy to update. It's our time. Just that's not bad. All right. Yeah, I think we could decorate behind it. So let's switch back before I forget again. And what we can do is pull this up here and put this all on in its own group. This is just a weird like file that's made for something else at this point. So clean it up. Make sure I'm not messing with, yeah, okay, so it's still the stream overlays. Cool. All right, so what I wanted to do was find the cool poster that we made and actually just use that as an overlay. So hopefully I can find this. Page banner? No. Well, we're going to go on lunch in like 5 minutes, so I think we might have to do this when we return. But I don't know how long I'm going to go today, probably not too long. But I think I want to just try and get all of my views set up, and I think we can do that. At least the initial version of them. You know, I think that what we have is better than what we had before, easily. I know I have this file somewhere, but I can do fun stuff like, yeah, for like the Great Winter Hunt or something. I'm gonna pull it down. There we go. I can like throw this behind or something like that, actually. This is what I want. Okay, so if I put this overlay, I hide that, and I put you in here. That's what I wanted. You know, I can do stuff like wintertime fun stuff, and then just put like a kind of get rid of that. Delete. Just like a light opacity over it or something. Like to kind of put it into the background, right? Normal layer. Just trying to move it. What's going on? Oh. It looked like there was transparent pixels at the top of this, but apparently there's not. Okay. But yeah, so it's like nice and easy to kind of just make a cute little backdrop or something for it. Or a nightmarish one. Yeah, so that's kind of neat. You can do something nice and easy like that. Let's see. What do I actually want to import here, though? None of these are very high res, so that doesn't work so good. Although it doesn't matter too much. If it's in the backdrop like that, I can just like blur it, and it'll work. Okay, I'm gonna look for this poster while I'm on lunch, because lunch is beginning. And actually, that reminds me, I need to update these views. So let's just do that. I can import, add an image, add an existing image, add the overlay image. Okay, and then I'm going to move this down below the text. And now I'm going to want to do a different version because I don't want the camera view there. So I do need to make that as its own asset now that I'm thinking about it. And then I can just throw the camera over top the overlay, move it to wherever I want, move the frame to match the camera. That would be a lot better. Okay. It's more efficient that way. And I'll also bring those characters back. So we have add existing, bottom right, who needs to be rescaled. Well, we can take up more space, just like and then add existing, bottom left. So they just kind of suddenly take over the frame and say, hey, back off, we're on lunch right now, or something. Yeah, this view I wanna punch up to. But we're on lunch, so we'll do that soon when we return. Yeah, hopefully you're enjoying this. If you are, we'll be back at it in 1 hour. I'm going to put up a timer so you can see just when I will be back. Oh, all right, good. 58 minutes. Hide that. It's kind of funny. Not used to like having it be behind stuff. All right, well, I'll be back. Oh, hello, I am back. It is me, the face camera. Alright. Hello, everyone. We are back from lunch, and with it comes a Larry link. Put that in the chat. Just gotta check it, make sure it's good, you know. Nice. Alright. Booyah. Okay, so where we left off, we were just kind of messing around in overlay land. We're just basically trying to create some various views for streaming to be a little bit more kind of professional-ish. This one needs some work. I'm going to remove the camera frame from the backdrop, and actually probably just make the backdrop like the simplest thing and then layer over things for it, because I think that would honestly just be way... Sorry, I just noticed I ran out of cheese. There we go. Oh, gotta claim my reward too. There we go. Yeah, it'd be much easier to just have them as separated elements. Then I can kind of swap and change things as I like. So what I want to do is create a file for the kind of like the camera frame. So maybe we'll do that next. I did end up finding, actually let's do this one first. I'm going to create a new view. I don't know, what should this be called? Just the hidden, or just technical difficulty screen or something. Alright, so creating a new scene, and then I'm going to import an image. And it's going to be a new one. Poster. Okay, browse. Let's see, where did I put this? Wall art. Boom! Look at that. That's cool. That is pretty cool. It is a little bit cropped. So let's see if I can fix that. It's not the exact dimensions, right? But that's okay. This isn't bad. Yeah. Yeah, this is what's supposed to be on our wall in the office, but unfortunately no one's actually in the office, so it's not up yet. Still in the bubble wrap. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. Interesting. Okay, so I think I need to remove the audio mixer from that view. Let's see. I'm worried that if I remove it, it's going to remove it from all the scenes. I don't know. I don't think so. It shouldn't. Let's see. Oops. Because is this just... I don't know. Maybe I'll mess with this later. I don't want to like delete my audio and then not be able to bring it back. It's weird. I have like I have a mixer, and then I have like a webcam audio, but you'd think that the input would be coming from webcam audio, and then the mixer would be kind of like just to control that. I don't know. Let's see. The webcam one Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me. I can see the audio going, so. Advanced audio properties. There's tracks. Can I just remove it? Well, I probably shouldn't mess with this right now. I don't want to ruin my audio. Okay. I'll deal with that later. So, we have kind of like the, I gotta like move files around, and I don't want anyone to see the screen or anything, so I can just kind of switch to this. Whoop. It's cool. Lots to look at. Nice and enjoyable. And then we have kind of the where's the face? Oh, there it is. I had to scroll to it. I have too many views now. Too many scenes. Oh, there's a delay with the audio. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll have to figure that out too, I suppose. Okay. But yeah, we have this view. It's okay. Can tweak this, I think, as well. What I want to do is create the border, right, and make that kind of like nice and modular, and then I can basically use that on top of this view and as well for this view, and just kind of like make a bunch of them and just kind of slap them over top where I want them, and then just like swap them out when I want. Delay in the screen. The audio comes first. Oh, that's super weird. I wonder if I accidentally created a delay. Interesting. What could do that? Okay, well, again, I feel like probably not a good time to mess with that. Alright, so I just don't want to break it further than I already have. So let's see. Good lag Photoshop. Can never escape it, apparently. Alright, so maybe I'll throw some different image here right now. Let's see. Place linked. Let's see. I kind of want to use the that cool poster shot from behind, right? Just kind of fade it out a bit. So let's see. Be back Friday. Overlays. Wallet. Kapow. Yeah, it's pretty noisy and big. So what we're gonna do is just fill the whole thing. It is fine. Which I might even expand it more so that the characters' faces aren't like too weirdly cropped off. Okay, that's fine, and then I'll bring this overlay here, and then even have a kind of vignette below. Like an outer glow to just kind of like push it over top and further. So that's not a great color for it. I think actually I would want to go like with a white to just kind of wash it out further, and then I can kind of make the spread pretty soft is good. So I'll keep that where it was. And the size can kind of be pretty big. The range I want to keep, yeah, 100% range. opacity, we'll just bump that up. Yeah. Okay, so that kind of just washes it out. Cool. That's better. Yeah, so we have the text up there now. So I'm gonna export this, and again, like I'm probably gonna just do a different version for the camera frame and then place that over top instead. So this is just kind of still a temporary solution. It's thinking. There we go. All right, now let's see how that looks. Ow. Okay, yeah, cool. So they're all just kind of flying in to destroy me. So that works. I might also kind of like work the border a little bit better to kind of like just have like an actual border around the camera probably. Just because the like saturated bright colors just kind of going right into the camera. Could use just a thin kind of edge probably. But let's create a new file for this, and I'm thinking for this, let's try to grab this ratio right here. So what did I just grab? All right, so create new. Create. All right, so I took a screenshot of a beautiful boy. And so essentially I just wanted to get this ratio of the actual like framing for the camera and just kind of loosely use this. So this is, actually I'll use canvas. Edit the canvas size. There we go. And then looking at pixels, we have 254 by 217. I can't brain. So I'm going to do 216 by 256. Just to kind of have cleaner number. And then I think actually I'll give it just a smidge more height. So let's see. So 230 is probably okay. Yeah, that should work. And then I'm going to scale this up quite a bit. So let's see. We'll go. Let's see what happens if I go 3 times the size. We're at 768 by 690. So 4 times 1024 by 920. That's pretty good, actually. So let's do that. Oh, look at how like the smoothing is kind of like, I can't scroll apparently. There. Yeah, just kind of like this weird smushiness to it. It just kind of like auto, because when it scaled it scaled up every pixel 4 times basically, and so it kind of like blended things together, and it did a little bit of kind of like, you know, processing on that, and kind of made some interesting wobbly choices. Like look at the text, very interesting. Okay, so this is going to be our camera frame. So let's give this a file. Go into camera view and call this camera frame underscore. All right. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to import a linked file. We're in Photoshop because I can link files this way. So you're going to place a linked, and then I'm going to go into interfaces, journal themes, and Whisker Woods, images. And we're going to grab the top frame first. Okay, so they are exported at a specific size, right? So let me actually determine what that size is, and we should probably just use this for the base file because it'll make importing much easier. So journal themes, Whisker Woods, images. All right, so we got 700 width. That's good enough. It's not incredible, but it's for the size that I actually need it. It's actually fine. So we're going to change the image size now to have 700 width, and then the height we can just kind of like set to whatever we think would look best. So I'm going to bring it up by like I just like even numbers. 230 is a little cleaner though, so let's do that. So it's a little taller, but that's okay because some of the journal themes are a little bit thicker, like with the bottom frame for the Valor or Rift. The bottom portion of that, I think I extended quite a bit more. So it's probably good to give myself that extra wiggle room. And honestly, like I can also just have just empty space below. Like it's going to be a transparent ping, so that would all be see-through anyway. So I could make this taller, and that will.
Did you just say transparent ping?
Transparent.
Ping.
PNG ping. Yes, yes, I did. I did call it a ping. Pinch. Yeah. Listen. Be called out. 3-second delay on the audio. Oof. Okay, that sucks. I should just like turn off my camera or something. Wow. I wonder what's doing that. I have, what is this? So I did update OBS, and now it's got like filter things, and it seems to have one on, so I'm going to deactivate it. See what that does. Oh, that was just my camera. I see. I see what that does. Okay. Ah, interesting. Ah, all right. Learning things. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm not sure what I can do about the delay. Like, the dropped frames is, like, really low. And my like, upload's pretty good, so it feels like if there's that big a delay, it has to be caused by something. Advanced audio properties. Sync offset. 0 millisecond offset. No idea. I'm sorry. Have you tried reloading? It's not. Is anyone else experiencing this? No. There's a option for use device timestamps for the microphone. I'm kind of curious what will happen if I check that. Maybe it'll like force it to sync up. Trying it. Clicked OK. I don't know if it did anything. We'll see. I'm just going to deactivate my camera. You can still hear me though. Working. Yes. Okay. Well, not sure what's going on. So hopefully it's not going to be an ongoing issue. All right. Let's just keep going. Okay, so I scaled. There we go. I scaled this to. I don't know why Photoshop is like. It's really hard to like move an image. If you try to move it, it takes me a full second just to like watch my cursor. The moment, like, I'm clicking to move it right now. Okay, well. All right, the moment it starts to move from here on, like my cursor, that's me trying to move this. It's crazy. Photoshop is not happy. Not happy with me at all. All right. Anyway, so I did scale this down. So now when I import the frame, it should be at size. Boom, there we go, perfect. So now, I bring that up to the very top, or at least close enough to the top. I could just keep the same ratios pretty easily. Give myself a little wiggle room for the future, probably. But basically what I can do with this is, because they're linked, later on I can just replace the file that it links to, and then that means that it'll just kind of pull in those images, and I don't need to like replace things and stretch things and crop things and things. Place linked. Let's grab the bottom. Place. And that's probably enough gap. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move this up to be the same. That's what I have here. And then match the bottom here. Match the bottom here. Cool. And these can go over top. And then here I will bring in the last layer, and this one's going to be a bit weird because I actually have to stretch it and then also crop it. Or at least clip it. Mask it. Mask it. That's the one. There we go. Cool. But what's cool is I only need to mask this layer itself. The other ones don't matter so much because they already are kind of like not overlapping where the camera should be. And that also, this will also give me the opportunity to like paint over things that go over top of the camera, like the whole plant leaf thing here. I can kind of emulate that with this frame itself. Now the text will be a bit more challenging to change through this method. What I'd have to do is re-export that top card from the base file with a different title, and then import that version of the image, so that's not too bad. So here, all I need to do is create a selection. Here we go. Come on, there we go. And I think I'm going to move 1 pixel extra. There we go. All right. Oh my goodness. Photoshop, why are you like this? It's so bad. All right. Now if I invert this and clipping mask, there we go. It's a beautiful boy. Wow. Cool. So now if I hide the other elements, now I'm just left with this cutout frame. Oh, that's interesting. These are not fully opaque. Come on. Photoshop, please. This is so sad. Can't scroll. Here we go. Interesting that that's not fully opaque. So if I just duplicate that, that'll be good enough. It's weird, and it shouldn't do that for other versions of headers that I import, but that's a solution right now if I needed it. Alright, so going to save this, and I'm going to export this camera frame. This one's going to be Whisker Woods. Cool. Now, getting the cursor onto my screen, I can go to like whatever view that has a camera. So this one we'll start with. Actually, first, what I should probably do is remove this frame from this view. Let's get rid of that. And then here, excuse me, I'm trying to make a selection. That one, I just want to fill that in. Boom. Cool. I mean, I should probably make this halberd its own kind of image that I can just slap on top and move around to kind of like place it very nicely. So that would be good. But for now, I'll just do it this way. So this is good. I'm going to export this. G. Save, replace, save, yes. Good, good, and there we go. Okay. So now my camera needs to come up on top of the overlay. Hello. And now we import the actual camera overlay on top of the camera. So create new camera frame. Okay. This is really how I should have done it from the start, because it's the logical way. But that's not how I operate. Okay. Where did I actually export? Right there. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, and then we just need to scale it and shift it. I wonder, oh yeah, I should be able to group these together actually. So like if I move the camera, I move the frame at the same time. This seems okay. Alright, camera frame, webcam. Alright, I'm going to move this together and then group selected items. Camera. Wow, I did it. So now I can hide both, and I should be able to move them around as a group. So if I wanted to like be over here instead, I can do that. Like not cover that cool dragon nose. Like find better placement this way too, right? For now, we'll just sit here, I guess. Cool. All right. Nice. And then, yeah, I think for the face view, I should probably utilize the same system. So what I'm going to do is go back to Photoshop. And I'm going to save this file specifically as the Whisker Woods frame. Because what I can do is then use the base file. Wait, did I already? I guess I already exported it as whisker width frame. Okay, so if I then save over the original camera frame, which should be the same thing, now I should be able to like replace these with different versions. So if I replace contents, or actually I think it should probably be relink to different file. Yeah, relink to file. So this will like direct it to pull in a different image. So let's see, journal themes would be a good one. Let's do Fomina. Is this the small or the large? Okay, I'm going to make sure to pull in the large version. There we go. See how nicely that just automatically lined everything up? And then, yeah. Same here. Relink to file. Gotta go back to the folder. Lightning. Place. Easy peasy. And then this one, when I relink it, it should relink both. Yes, it did. There's a white edge here. Because the frame is very thin, actually, which is interesting. Come on, Photoshop, please. I'm just trying to scroll over. Oh my goodness. There we go. Nope. There we go. So, yeah, it's also transparent. It's super. Oh, you know what? I know why it's doing that, because it's literally just like a 1 pixel thin thing, and by stretching it like that, it's basically, you know, trying to alias that pixel, so it's going to get kind of more transparent at the edges. So that makes sense now. So having 2 of them active is actually good for all of them. But I think what I might do is just create a color overlay for both of these. Because what's happening is the crop from this clipping mask, it's shorter than the other version of a header journal journal theme. So, all right. It's such a struggle with Photoshop right now. I'm like fighting the different monitors, trying to get my cursor to go across them, and then also just fighting, trying to, you know, slide the camera. Go for it. Come on. You can do it. Just I'm trying to move it. There we go. Okay, they look fine. This one's interesting because it's actually quite transparent at the top, and so it looks bad here, but I think it's not terrible. But actually, grab this color, and I need to restart Photoshop or something because this is real bad. Okay. All right. I'm going to save this as its own file now. So this one's going to be lightning. And then if I turn off the backdrop and export this, save, and oh, did I actually import a PSD as the overlay? That's interesting. I don't even need to export it as a PNG. Curious. All right, so let's try this. So now, if I go to the camera and go to the camera frame, I can just click Browse and choose a different frame. Boom. So, cool. That's neat. Ugh. All right. Just like, do I need to save all this in OBS? I remember there used to be a thing where you could like export your settings that you've created, like all your views and stuff like that. I'm probably unable to do that while streaming, actually. Alright, well, I'll mess with that later. I just don't want to like open this up and suddenly all this work is just missing. Not that it'd be hard to redo this, but it is nice to have this. Alright, so I think that's pretty good for the camera overlay. Nice to be able to do that. Actually, I'll do one more. I want to do the Valor Rift journey theme. So I'm going to relink to file. Now this one, I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't have the transparent export of these, so I actually need to redo that. But we can do that real quick. So going into the PSD, and then going here, hiding the background, and then actually, we could also just hide the text, and that will make it so that I don't need to mess with that. So export these. This is going to do the slices. That's good. I actually want that. Okay. Yeah, I think I want to use this one for like the main view actually. Themes, Valor Rift, new folder, text. Alright, and all slices, good enough. Actually, I only need user-generated slices, but it is what it is. Okay, so now, if I go into camera frame here, and I relink to file, and I go to Valor Rift, no text, grab the top here, relink to file, O3, good. Yeah, I think the most of the journal themes actually do crop all the way out here. I think it was just the Whisker Woods. When I created that, it was using a slightly older template, so that one is going to be a bit wrong. So I need to redo this. Please, come on. All right. So grab a selection of this. Oh my goodness, Photoshop, you're so slow. I mean, that's probably good enough. All right. Can't scroll over. Is it because I'm just like streaming? Is it really that bad? Oh, nice selection. Okay, cool. So now, yes, replace the mask. And deselect. And zoom back out. And now just replace the bottom one. Relink to file. Let's see if this fits. Value Rift. No text. Images. And bottom panel. Yes. Although I think this actually might have moved because it's taller than the previous. So let's just see. Yeah, it's good enough. All right. I'll let it overlap. Easier to deal with that way. Save as. And review. Value Rift. Okay, and now if I export this PNG. Save. All right. Sweet. Okay, so now let's try this one out. Cool. All right. Well, that worked. I don't know if it like fits very good here, but hey. Yeah, and the cool thing is, I might try it later, but like having stuff kind of breaking into the camera area, that might look nice. It'd feel less kind of awkward, I think, with that. So I might mess around with that. All right, let's see. So we have our face. This one, what we could do is we could rebuild how this works. So right now, there is just kind of like this one image, this big PNG that's this whole flat thing, the Feedback Friday Art Edition, with this, and it's all kind of baked together. What I think I should do is have an image that is this backdrop, and then the camera, and then the camera overlay on top of that. So let's just see how it would look if I put the camera above this backdrop image. And then I bring in the existing camera overlay. That actually matched the dimensions perfectly. If I, oh wait, never mind. Camera overlay. That's the same thing. I was like, how did I line that up so perfectly? Ridiculous. Okay, I don't want that one. I want camera frame. Okay. Yeah, so this is the actual size of it, which isn't as good. I see. Okay. Okay. It may not look as good, but it is actually more like efficient in a sense. Easier to kind of like swap out for cool backdrops. However, there might still need to be that like vignette for it. So let's see. Add existing poster view, but put this behind the camera. What kind of settings do I have for this? Oh yeah, I did like purposely scale it up so that they were giving me heck. Yeah, I think that works. But now I need to, let's see. Poster view, filters. Let's add a filter. Luma key. Not the one I want. This is like a step thing. Okay, so I don't want Luma key. I want to just kind of like fade it out. Let's see. Chroma key, color correction. I think maybe I could do it with color correction. So brightness, go up. And that does definitely. Yeah, gamma, I think I'll leave where it was. Contrast, maybe I drop, but probably also better where it was. Brightness going up is useful. Saturation, terrifying. Hue shift. Like if it was all kind of like monochromatic, that might work better. Also, just dropping the opacity might be better than completely washing it out. Can also do a color add and color multiply. So let's do ooh, that is strong. All right, because this would be normally black. I get it. Okay, so I want to do a dark but subtle color. Alright. Well. Not sure I'm digging this, but... Okay. Maybe I'll just go back to this. This seems probably to work the best. Alright. And actually, I do want to bring back the Feedback Friday Art Edition header. So let's see. Images. Overlays, camera view. Where were you? Okay, I did that in file. Wait. Photoshop. Wake up. One day. I liked that size it was. Cool. Alright. So I'm just going to re-export that, and when I do, it should just pop up. Hey. Cool. Alright, well, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. And I could even actually, like, increase the frame, like the canvas size around this to actually give myself the ability to create a kind of vignette. So I think I'll actually do that and use that for the template. So if I go canvas size, pixels, and I make it like 760, and the height 700. It's probably too high. 680. So now I have kind of like some bleed area. And if I just kind of like I could paint this in manually, but it'd be best if I didn't have to. But if I do it this way, if I group this and then I put a filter on top of it, which is like the outer glow, right? That's how I created that vignette before, but it's also doing that on the inside. So it'll do that to the camera, which might not be the best. So, but it might not be terrible. It probably will be terrible. Let's try it out. Also, I need to shift it now because I resized the image. Yeah, don't like it on the inside of the window. So fix that. Can I do a clipping mask on just a effect? I don't know. Never tried to do that. I feel like there might be a way to do it. So the effect would need to be inside here. And then I clipping mask on top of on the outside of that. But then if I want to do like cool overlay stuff, it kind of gets in the way. Let's see. So if I put a folder in a folder and put the clipping mask on top of that, and then I take this clipping mask and I drop it on top. Yes. Okay, so that did work. The overlay is still on the outside. I do need to get a better selection now. Whoa, I actually was able to move it right away. Photoshop. Miracle. Hello, hello, what are we drawing? We are working on stream overlays because I'm an old person that does not know how to be cool and a professional. So even though I've been streaming for years, never bothered to actually make an overlay, even though it's super easy. So I'm just doing that. Wow, I don't know why Photoshop is suddenly working again, but I'll take it. Okay, so now when I fill this selection with black on the clipping mask, it should remove that outer glow. Excuse me. There we go. Okay, so now when I export this, it should get rid of this weird frosting on the camera lens. Save that. Yes. Replace. And there we go. Frosting is gone. Face. Oh yeah, I gotta move this one too. Also, I'll probably want to group these now. I'm a professional. Look at me go. Okay. That works. So yeah, I just kind of wanted a little bit of vignette potential on this, just to kick it off from the background even more. It's okay. It kind of works. I might not go with it in the end. It does look kind of bad. But what I should do is do a second frame so I can have two different ones and then they're easy to swap if I want. Yeah, trying to look cool on stream after almost 10 plus years. Basically, yeah. Look at this. I have plant. I have a sketchbook. Random scissors. A professional. Litter box. Random package. Dirty cat tree. Just full of fur. But yeah, thank you. And then look at this. I have a BRB screen. Is this? Oh, this one's fate. Oh, right. Okay, interesting. So I have to import this as a different view. Because any effect you put on an image, it'll carry that effect through all the different views of it. That makes sense, though. So this one I want kind of like faded out, right? So that this overlay kind of pops on it. But then for this view, I'm going to re-import that as its own image so it doesn't have the same effects. Poster. Okay. So now, let's try that again. Wall art. Boom. Much better. Let's see. Try and fit this as well. I'll get rid of this one. I think I'll leave the sides exposed like that. Prefer to have kind of like the full image in view. Cool. Okay. I like it. Got the art view. Let's take a look at it with Clip Studio, where this character is kind of like more I don't know, I guess here's fine. Show off his painted toenails. Cool. This I don't think is anything anymore. Yeah, I was working on it here, and I'm like, no, it's going to be easier in Photoshop because I can do linked files, so I don't need to save that one. This one is saved, and I'm currently using it. All right, so we could keep tossing new views in and kind of like tweaking this further, but I think it's already 3 o'clock. I've definitely accomplished my goals, so I think I might call it. Might be it for today, but I actually feel like we got it done. You know, like I feel like semi, updated this look. It's nice. It's nice. I think there's still stuff I need to tweak on it. I want to be able to like make sure that the different views have proper audio setup, because like this one, I basically want to be able to switch to this as a like, oh no, I have a phone call or something, or like I need to open something that could be spoilery, and I don't want to accidentally do that, or just have it on my face while I'm like looking through files. So like being able to switch to this, and then I don't know, I could even like potentially grab one of those music tracks for MouseHunt from the album and put it in here. And it could be the intro outro as well potentially. So yeah, and I also don't have one set up for Burb. And lunch break, I did actually mean to make this one even cooler, because I made a different version of this on the work machine, but I've since switched back to the this computer, and so the version I have from that is not current. The only difference was I had cleaner text. This is very crunchy looking. It's all pixely. I think I just like made the text properly. Or I like, let's see, how did I do that? I actually just like didn't just like stretch it. I just kind of like used a bigger font. You know, what you'd expect would work. How do I change this now? Select font. Ah! Aha! Can I see what this looks like? Oh, there we go. Okay. Can't just preview it. Okay, so that's a lot crisper already. On lunch break. I think manually bump it up to 120. And then scrolling it down. Wow. So much crisper. What else can I do here? I could throw like a block behind it. What I might do is actually have this overlay image be a little bit different to like have a spot for the text and a spot for the timer, but I think for right now this is fine. Yeah, I might put like a bar behind it, just like a block of color so it can read easier. Food mouse. Oh yeah, I should totally like bring in like the food-based characters. That's a good point, actually. Let's see. Who could I bring in? Image. Let's add food mouse 1. Let's save. Why are you asking me to save this? I'm worried. I hope I didn't break anything. Okay. Browse for. Yeah, exactly. A mouse eating as I eat lunch. There's a few mice that have been illustrated that are eating. So let's see. Let's see. Who can we grab? See what comes up. Hopefully they have like their transparent version. We got the Pan Slammer. He's not currently eating, but he's gonna be cooking. That's kind of fun. And then let's hide you and add in Food Mouse 2. Browse and let's see who else. I feel like there's a bunch of event mice that have chomping on stuff. Oh, there we go. Oh, do I not have the transparent version of her? Oh, okay. Because there's the like, what is she? Chocolate overload. Okay. If I don't find another one real quick, I'm gonna export the PNG version. There's like a few that would work, but I'm like not as excited about those ones. There's a frigid foreman eating a sandwich. I mean, it's pretty good for lunch break, but is it as good? It's just a bunch of work chat that I'm going to need to catch up on. Should be able to set a reminder about this in an hour. All right, cool. The fete fromage. I'm gonna try. Oh yeah, I need to actually open the original version of it. Let me do that. Content, mice, events, Halloween. Come on, working on it. Sugar Rush is pretty fun too. Oh no, it'd be Egg Hunt. Yes. Ah, there you are. Okay. I did have the PNG version, but it was just in the wrong folder. That. Oh, oops. I replaced the wrong mouse. Okay, do this again. I replaced a hidden mouse, the Law Paragon. Alright, vents, and egg, and there. There we go. That works. On lunch break. He's like upset. How could you eat all that chocolate? You silly mouse. Alright. Cool. Well, I'm not actually on lunch break, but I think I am done for the day. So, hopefully this was pretty neat and fun. It'll be cool to kind of like kick up streams with these and be able to swap them whenever. Just kind of change it up. Alex had a really cool idea of basically making the characters down like in the corners, make each of those like a slideshow asset, and essentially just have those kind of like switch characters every whenever. And then if I have them offset from each other, basically at all times there will always be different version or like different combinations of characters. And like if I have just kind of like a spare stream day where I don't have anything I have to work on, it might be fun to kind of just like work on a cute little animation or something that could bounce around at the bottom or something. But yeah, I imagine I'll keep working on this as we go. Whatever things I need to kind of add to it. I should probably put in, like info on how to look at my stuff outside of this. If you wanted to go visit my art page and stuff, that could be nice. Should have a mouse drawing with me. Oh, that's actually not a bad one too. There's from the Lunar New Year. Where are you? There's like the calligraphy mouse. That one's kind of neat too. I like that one. Not actually organized into the event folder as it should be. Oops. Not really a huge surprise there. Yeah, I mean, I can add more later and figure out the slideshow thing and stuff. I think I've just been kind of like smooth brain all week. So can I just paste? Oh, I can just drag and drop it in here. Yeah. There we go. But yeah. Just sitting on the halberd. Just hanging out there, bud. Cool. Yeah, it's easy enough to kind of like change things now that we've kind of started the process. I should probably do a second camera overlay though. Can I duplicate this? That would be handy. Copy, paste, duplicate. Where did you go? Camera frame 2. I'll get rid of that one. And now, if I change this one, that didn't work, did it? Hang on. Where is it? Why is it like invisible? That makes no sense. Properties? I guess I just need to add a new one. Remove that. Seasonal background. No, exactly that. Yeah, like I'd be able to kind of like drop in, you know, like a winter theme and Halloween and stuff. And I mean, Halloween's going to be kind of the next event that we do, right? So that'll be fun to kind of make spooky frames and stuff. So that could be a lot of fun. All right, create new camera frame 02. Browse. And oh, maybe it's because I tried to drop in a PSD. I should probably. Yeah, seems like it works. Probably be using PNGs for that, but hey, you know what? It doesn't seem to actually mind. Okay, what happens if I drop it in here? Okay, cool. Get rid of that one. We're still gravy. Now I can move these together. Hey, buddy. Okay. So I think I'll go with this one here, actually, for this, and then the face. This one's kind of like the title card, right? At least for now. We'll swap it out later. But I do like that I have different frames. And since I only have the 2 views for cameras, it works to just have these as separate things. So small camera frame, just so that it's easier to know when I'm grabbing these, and rename this one to big camera frame. Okay, cool. So now if I like pull these into different views, I'll know what one to grab. So I don't grab the wrong one. Awesome. All right. Well, I think that's going to be it. Hope you had a good time. Thank you again for hanging out and your input and just sharing cool ideas with me. I'm going to grab that Larry link again just to share that in case you missed it. Pop that into the chat. Copy link and paste link. And there we go. So I hope everyone has a safe and awesome and happy weekend. Take care, everyone. Catch you later. Bye for now. Bye.